Hello guys, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Zandrievits, and today I'll continue on my ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included as a Conjurer. Planning to clear as much as possible content when it comes to Forgotten Gods, so without further ado, let's go straight there. Straight in their territory. So, Conjurer. Combination between Shaman and Occultist, main type of damage, Vitality damage. When it comes to what my skill allocations are, so on and so forth. Currently I'm utilizing 4 offensive skill, Mendigo Totem, Corrupted Storm Totem, Curse of Frailty, Bloody Pox, as well as Devouring Swarm. Later on I will also link the... how do you call it? The build template, which will lead you to Grimtool's links. There you can see how this character will look like at level 100. What is my desired goal, meaning the Dark One set, which I will be collecting on ultimate difficulty, as well as what are my skill allocation is going to look like, so on and so forth. When it comes to how well this character is going to progress through the content, I am going to analyze his strengths and weaknesses from time to time, especially the skills which I haven't used yet. This will be interesting, especially for the ones who haven't possibly played this character yet, or just want to see how things unravel from a different perspective, meaning that I previously had played Death Knight character, and now I'm playing a... well, I played physical Death Knight, now I'm playing as a caster. So this is definitely going to be interesting in terms of his differences with one another. And right now I'm just collecting a couple of lore notes, so on and so forth. Also, I highly advise you to check out 2 of my videos. Two of them is edited, one of them is catered towards beginners who probably want to know more about dangerous attacks of the bosses, as well as how resistances works in this game, and at what stages you can collect certain things when it comes to resistances, certain number of it, what type of it, and what you can neglect. That's the beginner-friendly guide. The other guide is catered more towards the experienced players who want to see how things unravel on Elite and Ultimate difficulty. There I had discussed some of the dangerous attacks of some Nemesis bosses, as well as changes of the regular bosses and their behavior, plus high endgame components that will grant you more layers, as well as layers of defenses that will grant you more survivability for you to overcome those tougher challenges. Feel free to check those out later at your own leisure. And if you have any questions, feel free to also ask them in chat. I do wonder what cult am I going to choose. So with the Death Knight I have chosen only Cult of Solael, because they had like physical / internal trauma damage, well, most dedicated towards it. So let's check what they have to offer in terms of vitality damage right now.
You show promise.
I should have checked their vendors first before accepting their offer of joining their alliance. Wait a second, can I do it?
Stay out of my... You show Solael does not need your help, but Solael is the youngest of the 3.
When it comes to their equipment, I already forgot. Can you check their equipment before you join their alliance, or you cannot? Wares of Dreeg. So let's type vitality damage. Dallas justifiable and spat of the 3. Outbreak death ray, definitely not even close to the thing that I am using. Yeah, probably not the best option when it comes to Cult of Drig. Let's check Bismail. Vitality damage. Whoops, type it wrong. Sorry. Inquisitor Seal, Drain Essence. So Inquisitor Necromancer, and Deadly Aim, Phantasmal Blades. Yeah, more catering towards Necromancer. It seems like once again I'm going to choose the Cult of Soleil. Just want to check their where. Oh, I completely forgot that their emissary is actually standing right here. Yep. Fire Strike, Smite, Siphon, Soul? What? Oh, never mind. Destruction, Flames of Ignafar. Vitality damage, decay bonus to pets. No, thank you. Sigil of Consumption. Yep, so this is the one that I'm going to use. Most definitely, although preferably not with the caster variety if possible. Yeah, it's more towards caster rather than heavy plate armor. Interesting. Reaping Strike, Blood Pact. I mean, I can buy their wares from all of them, especially since I do have their writs as well, which increases the amount of reputation, so perhaps just for the... Okay, I'll double check Cult of Drig. Just for the variety of and purpose, I could choose another faction to complete their quest. Or not. Okay, let's not roam around that much. Go with Cult of... Come on, go around the bridge. Choose once again Cult of Soleil and be done with this.
Soleil does... The forgotten...
So, the servants of...
Serve the...
Let's do a quick rundown among those NPCs before I forgot to pick up another quest. And only after it, move on to the...
The oracles of Drig spoke of your arrival.
I will not going to go into Shattered Realm just yet. Because previously when I was playing this on Elite and Ultimate difficulty, there were some quests which I completely forgot to... completely forgot to pick up. So let's not do the same mistake twice. Yeah, it seems like I have collected everything, well, except for this. Fine, let's go into the wilderness. And while destroying some of those lesser creatures, I can speak more about my setup when it comes to Constellation, their active procs. So currently, I do have several active constellations, which are very useful, such as Bats and its proc Twin Fangs I decided to attach to Corrupted Storm Totem. Why? Because I have the opportunity to put several of those Storm Totems at one place, and also it attacks very fast. And what are Twin Fangs doing? They are healing me, as well as they have the upper capability to puncture enemies So when I'm fighting against a big group, those Twin Fangs will heal me even more. So that's when it comes to my first devotion, first active constellation. The next active constellation that I'm using is actually Vendigo Mark, which I attached to Curse of Frailty. It not only acts as a more healing source, but also it acts straight as a flat vitality damage, so more damage, and Curse has a very high uptime, which by default means that the chances of you to proc its effect is going to be significantly higher. Moving on to the next active constellation is actually the Revenant constellation, and its proc Race of the Dead I decided to connect straight with the Bloody Pox. Once again, very high uptime, which means higher chances of me to proc this thing on monsters, plus those skellies, they reduce the resistances of my foes, and also they have the ability to body block bigger targets, which is and already were super useful when I was fighting against bigger groups of bigger monsters, excuse me, as well as bosses such as Gargabol, Galacross, but you get the deal. So those are the gist of skellies, their benefits. They are super useful in my opinion in every build. I mean, I was using them even when I was playing with the physical Death Knight. Same deal here. So yeah, those are my active constellations for now. Practically almost every skill in my lineup heals me one way or another, so as long as I am damaging my foes, I am healing from them. So when it comes to healing capabilities, this character is definitely way stronger than Death Knight. Yes, when it comes to healing, but when it comes to his tankiness as well as damage absorption, well, things aren't looking that great for him. Let's say it this way. You do have to play around your totem setup more often than not, plus you'll definitely lacking in terms of your physical resistance plus damage absorption skills. Yes, he'll have one which will be his exclusive skill called Possession from the Occultist skill tree. I do not have it right now, I will have it a bit later. But that's about it. So he is not going to be even remotely tankier than Death Knight. That's his vulnerability. But nonetheless, you do have to play around. Well, with every character, play around their strengths and weaknesses. So do not believe anyone who says that you can level up with. Well, in theory, you can level up with anything up until level 100, but the thing is that every of your option or choices will have their benefits, their drawbacks, so even Warlord, who is considered by many to be the strongest class of them all as of right now, especially for leveling, he also have his drawbacks. Alright, just clearing this optional cave from the box. I am searching actively for this boss around this area, who is not showing up for some reason. When it comes to what other active constellation I'm going to be utilizing, later on I will be putting also the Wheel of Ratosh, which further will increase my vitality damage plus resistance reduction as well as healing capabilities. I haven't decided yet with what I'm going to link it to, with what skill I'm going to do this, but do not worry, I will decide it later as soon as I will reach this point. Alright, there's this boss. Let's debuff him as much as possible. And my skellies, as well as my totems, will do all the work for me. Yeah, as you can see, no big deal. As long as you have your totem set up, as well as curses, you shouldn't have any problems. You might spot some things that I'm doing, like continuously checking whether or not I had debuffed monsters or applied my curses, so on and so forth. This is actually, well, I do not consider it a drawback, rather than this is a demand that this character wants to have when you want to play with him, meaning that you do have to have at least decent micro control as well as macro control, plus awareness of your debuff on enemies. This is going to be a bit easier if you have a mod that I'm using called Grim Internals, with one of its functions to actually highlight the debuff icon on your enemies, elites and bosses. That's super important in my opinion. The other thing that this character demands of you is to have, well, continuously play around his totem setup, skill setup, so he is definitely not the best option when it comes to speed running through the campaign areas, as well as fast clearing some of those zones. So if you desire to play with those things in mind, this is definitely not going to be your best choice. Perhaps you should search for another candidate. But nonetheless, if you are okay with not doing those fast clears, those fast dashes, so on and so forth, and you are also okay with being able to slow things down a bit and keep track of what are you actually doing, this character, as well as his playstyle, going to pay out extremely well, you know, especially if you will get used to all of the things that he is able to do eventually. I mean, I got used to all the things that he is doing, and you can imagine my unfamiliarity at the beginning when I tried to switch from the Death Knight, who literally have one offensive skill like Force Wave, and two active debuffs, Warcry plus Mark of Torment. So with this character who already has, like, every button is useful in combat, like Wendigo Totem, Storm Totem, Corrupted Storm Totem, Curse of Frailty, Bloody Pox, Devouring Swarm. Later on I will add also Sigil of Consumption plus the Blood of Drake. It's not like he has certain skills that are just wasting there, like sitting there doing nothing. He literally has, like, every option from his skill setup is helping you in one way or another. Like I said, just have to get used to those things. There were some bumps through my road of leveling up, meaning that I literally had 2 deaths when I tried to level with the occultist skills instead of shaman. So first I wanted to level with Bloody Pox, and then I switched to Sigil. None of this setup worked for me in particular. Then I did the created third time my character, and after it I decided to go with the shaman skill setup for leveling, and it worked. Yes, with the shaman I leveled first with the Devouring Swarm, then add Wendigo Totem plus Storm Totem, as well as their respective modifiers, which changes or buffs their damage, especially vitality damage, and adds healing. And only after this I switched to Occultist, and you see my Occultist skill setup. Curse of Frailty and Bloody Pox. They are fighting up there, let's help our allies, debuffing enemies. Alright. They are summoning those blue spiders. Interesting. Yeah, the general strategy, like I was saying before, you just have to play around your chosen battleground. You can... The drawback, well, of you, like, if you are prepared your battleground, like with those totems and whatnot, and you have to immediately switch position, either because you got unlucky and hit a lot by those pools on the ground, so on and so forth, this could definitely be a bit harder to do, like reposition yourself, rethinking whether or not you should continue in the fight or just run. But if you are satisfied with your with the way how fight is going, and you definitely able to put even more and more totems, this character, believe it or not, actually, from the way it feels like, he is capable of fully out-damaging the Death Knight character. Because the longer the fight goes, the more sources, the more totems, which acts as a damage and healing sources at the same time, you will be able to put on the ground, which by default means you'll have more damage, more survivability, so on and so forth. Like, well, unlike Death Knight, who literally had, like, with my setup, one offensive skill all the time, which was the Force Wave. So this is when it comes to analytical stuff between this character and the other one, which I had played previously. When it comes to mana efficient and how mana hungry this character is, the thing is that I am currently running one of the devotions, well, constellations, which allows me to add extra mana regen to my character, such as Lotus. Later on I will add to this even more mana regen with the help of Lantern, because I am utilizing a caster item offhand, plus I will be wearing a scepter in the other hand, so more extra regen in terms of mana will definitely going to help me and not just chugging through my potions all the time. It's definitely noticeable right now, but simply because like I was saying, there isn't a skill in this in your toolbar which does nothing. Literally every skill from it does something, and you are continuously using one skill or the other every time. You're not just standing, well, at least I'm using them for maximum clear speed, efficiency, so on and so forth. You are not just wasting your time with some of your skills, like saving them for bosses or elites. You are using them practically everywhere and on everything. This adds to a challenge when you try to control your character and whatnot, despite the fact that this character is considered by many to be a beginner-friendly. I am just partially agree with this statement. I mean, yes, it's a beginner-friendly character, but he is more demanding from your personal skill, your controlling abilities, your awareness, map awareness, character awareness, so on and so forth. There are little things which I haven't mentioned, like totems do not act instantly, meaning they do not as well as your Bloody Pox effect. It takes a good solid second before either the disease or damage will spread its effect to nearby targets. So whenever you try to engage in a fight, keep this in mind, especially against heavy hitting melee monsters or nemesis bosses later on. do not be that surprised if you put your skills up and for a second you are getting hit and nothing from your skills actually deals damage to your enemies. It's a good thing to remind my viewers as well as other players who might want to consider playing with this character. Some effects from other abilities in this game are instant, some are not, so those which I had enumerated, like blocks as well as damage from totems, those are not going off instantly. So yep, as you can see, the longer the fight goes, the more beneficial it's to you, like I was saying, rather than your enemies. That counts even bosses into account. I mean, with some of the bosses I literally counted how I was able to defeat them way faster than with the Death Knight. That's not to say that I'm trying to show off in any way, shape, or form, like, oh, look at me, especially in Conjurer, he's way stronger than Death Knight. No, that's just enumerating some of his positive aspects rather than anything else. And there are some moments, especially against heavy-hitting melee targets, that things were a bit dangerous even with my setup, so that's either me not playing to my maximum, like, safetiness will be the good word to put it, or I'm just getting reckless and instead of dodging trying to go in full melee range. But still, it's a good thing to keep this in mind. This character is not immortal, and none of the character is, despite of his healing capabilities. Keeping this in mind will definitely going to make things easier for you in the long run. And also, while I am on this topic, I should also add the other aspect that I had utilized the Ritz, which increases my gains with all of the friendly factions up to 150%, as you can see is displayed by those pluses. With actually almost every faction, with the exception of Barrowholm. Sadly, with Barrowholm I hadn't reached the revered status, so this by default means that I couldn't buy from them a writ, which would have increased, speed things up a bit from them or with them. That's one drawback. The other drawback is that I was making a mistake and not buying enough potions of clarity, which would have increased my experience gains by quite a lot, actually. This is a mistake I'm going to correct as soon as I will be able to buy those potions from them. I mean, to be honest, in my experience, potions outvalues the Ritz bonuses. If you have your potions up practically all the time when you're leveling your ults, your secondary, other characters, so on and so forth, you will be gaining so much bonus experience even on normal difficulty that you will practically be like solid 10 or 15 levels above your default threshold when you will complete when you are trying to complete your main campaign. That's how powerful the potions are in comparison to those Ritz. Because the thing is with the Ritz, I mean, yes, I should rephrase that. They have to work in conjunction with one another. Why do I mean by it? With Ritz, there was a certain point where, yes, I do have my bonus faction gains, but because I do not have a higher level for me to wear those better equipment items, which means by default that I cannot wear them, despite of me unlocking them. So as you see, Oceans of Clarity are supposed to work with in conjunction or in combination with your writs. So this is my mistake that I am regret of doing, despite having my previous character level up until level 100. And I am definitely going to correct this sooner rather than later when it comes to this character already. To be honest, when it comes to Forgotten Gods and their layouts in certain areas, I do not remember specifically in which areas you have a destructible wall or unrestored devotion altar, so this is why you can see me running around from time to time trying to how should I put it, specifically search for one thing or the other, just because it's not that it has a weird layout, it's just that I hadn't had a chance to fully memorize all of their areas, zones, so for me, picking up something on the spot or remembering something after a certain portion, after a certain time has passed, is actually the way how things works. Yep, that was certainly a mouthful, and hopefully it will help you in either your decision of choosing this character over the other, and in your abilities to analyze your situations in combat. When it comes to what constellation I'm currently leveling right now, I am going for the Solemn Watcher, and after this I think I'm going to go for the Behemoth for extra regen plus this good defensive proc, which adds another HP regeneration when I am getting hit. And I believe those will finally give me not only the missing knots or the Wheel of Ratosh constellation, it will also give me missing knots for the Lantern constellation as well. So at least that's the plan. How it will work out eventually, we shall see. Alright, this thing has been destroyed. Let's move on to the next corridor. When it comes to Ashes of Melmoth, there were some difficulties, but just because I did not have the chance to buy better items from friendly faction, when I had finally my when the time finally arrived, I went to the Barrowholm plus Covent Refuge and buy items from them. Actually, yes, in my subjective opinion, this armor, which I am currently wearing, looks kind of nice. I mean, you can see the red and black color. I'm kind of a... well, not kind, I'm actually liking it. Yes, fashion and everything else, despite this being just a action RPG game, but still, the appearances also matters. I mean, you are going to look a lot of time on your character that you're playing, so if he is a good looking, that's actually going to be for you as another benefit to pick this character over the other or this item over the other. They are hurting a lot despite my high elemental resistances, but just because they have a resistance reduction attached to their skills. Yeah, they should, well, almost. Yeah, as you can see, in no time the faction gains with all of those cults will be will increase. When it comes to my general plan towards this character, how am I going to approach the other difficulties as well? The gist of it is I'm going to fully complete this difficulty with the Forgotten Gods content, so on and so forth, just for the opportunity to unlock and level up my friendly factions. Then on elite difficulty, I will just utilize the next difficulty as a quote-unquote threshold to be able to unlock the rest of devotions from devotion altars. And as soon as I believe I do have a stone which unlocks the ability to teleport between certain areas on elite difficulty, so as soon as I will unlock the remaining devotion points, I will not be wasting any time and go straight to ultimate difficulty. Well, that's also including the fact that I do have to, from level 75 and onwards, craft the higher end game resistance components, which will allow me to do this sort of stuff, to be more safe, to become more protective from all the damage sources, so on and so forth. So that's the game plan. Short version, use elite difficulty just to get your missing devotion points. On this difficulty, complete every piece of content that is available when it comes to campaign, and swiftly move to the ultimate difficulty without wasting any additional time on the elite difficulty. I cannot destroy this wall, although by the looks of it I could have. Alright, let's... Also I forgot to mention some of the other positive stuff about Bloody Pox, mainly, and vitality damage in general. So Bloody Pox has additional effect of not only reducing the offensive ability of your foes, of any foes that you're fighting, it also has the benefit of reducing the overall health number of your monsters and bosses. Plus, when it comes to vitality damage in general, the more HP monster has, the greater the damage will be dealt to them. It's not that noticeable right now, just because monsters on normal difficulty does not have a higher HP numbers, but trust me, when it comes to later difficulties, things will definitely going to look a lot different. Yes, this zone also includes a weird layout to navigate through. Oh yes, I almost forgot to talk a bit more about resistances. So when it comes to my resistances up to this point, as you can see, overcap, high overcap in elemental, slight overcap in poison and acid, same thing piercing, high overcap bleeding, very high when it comes to vitality damage, Slight overcap Ether and Chaos, and to be honest, pitiful resistance when it comes to stun, and yes, when it comes to stun. The drawback of having that low of resistance is that when I will be fighting and was fighting the Ethereal Colossus, go across the mountain, plus that thing that was guarding the gate. And earlier those Ethereal, not amalgamations, Flesh Hulks, I believe they were called. So the drawback was that I was stunned quite a lot from them, so yeah, that wasn't very nice to have. And faction gear a bit later, as well as the relics, so on and so forth, will definitely help me. Alright, let's pick up all of the stuff. And I should also add the fact that there is a blacksmith, to be more specific, in a Melmoth's resistance in this area. Let me show it to you on the map. Right here, Steel Cap District. Well, as soon as you'll retake it, there will be a blacksmith that if you craft any item from him when it comes to your equipment, he will add a additional bonus of you having extra stun resistance. So whenever you are trying to quote-unquote close up your stun resistance threshold to its soft cap or close to it, and you need to craft some pieces of equipment, you should definitely use this blacksmith over the others.
I can't do that yet.
Alright. As you can see, right here I was utilizing my totems preemptively, just because it will help a lot, and it will save you some time and effort of dealing with those elites, which are going from the consecrated shrine. You can use the same tactic against them. Oh, come on. Up with those haunts and statues. Oh, I almost forgot that there will be a boss in this area. Oh, fine, shouldn't have that many problems against him as long as I debuff him and apply my totems. Everything is going to be fine. Yeah, despite of him utilizing this electricity, so on and so forth. Yeah, he's nothing. And also, since this DLC, like in general, heavily focused on elemental damage, I do not foresee me having a lot of equipment which I will be picking up from the floor, which will give me bonuses to my vitality damage. Yeah, sadly, but that's the way it is. When it comes to elemental damage, this is your go-to DLC. Alright, so one quest has been completed. Let's go straight to the other area. Yeah, when it comes to how well this character deals with AoE, this character does not have any problem of killing big groups of monsters, tougher targets, so on and so forth, just because practically every skill from his arsenal deals either instant AoE damage or it spreads to nearby targets, so which by default means that whenever you are fighting against big groups of monsters, do not be worried, your diseases, debuffs will spread to near additional targets in no time. Once again, perhaps he's not the best when it comes to AoE damage, but he's still on the ones that is a good option if you're looking for that sort of stuff. Oh, so those Eldritch also have a high protection against vitality damage, unless they are getting resistance reduction from my skills. That's a good thing to know. And yes, I will be going into the Tomb of Morganet also. On this difficulty, I should not have any problems, to be honest, in this territory. I mean, if you have watched my previous opinions when it comes to how hard, well, how difficult one roguelike dungeon is over the other, you should have remembered that I am considering Port Valbury to be the difficult roguelike dungeon of them all. Even more harder than the ones that are in DLCs or later in the main campaign area. And I believe I will not change my opinion anytime soon. I mean, this character definitely had a better time in the Port Valbury itself compared to that knight, but it's just the place which presents the danger on its own, plus monsters right there. Those things definitely made me come to this conclusion. Like I said, reigning champion of them all, Port Valbury. Alright, Korvaak Plateau. Yeah, so as you can see, if you have your skill set up, and the longer the fight goes, you should not have any problems. Well, unless you have to reposition to the nearby territory or run far away from your totems. Other than that, you should be good to go. I can elaborate also more on why I'm applying the Curse of Frailty before I engage in a fight against either one elite foe or groups of monsters. Well, it acts as not only a good crowd control effect, just because how big of an area it covers on its own, and it reduces the movement speeds of monsters. With the help of modifier which is being called vulnerability, this one, it also provides a great resistance reduction when it comes to your type of damage. In my case, it's vitality, but it's also applicable to elemental resistance, as well as elemental damage, as well as poison and acid. So whenever you are utilizing an occultist as your main or secondary character, and you have those three types of damage in mind, you should pick by default this skill and max it to its soft cap. And with the additional benefit of having, like I was saying, the Wendigo mark right on top of my Curse of Frailty, which lasts for 12 seconds. It's 12 seconds of you having the opportunity to activate your extra healing effect from monsters. The higher the number, the more chances you have. So all in all, good stuff. That's not even taking into account your other abilities, which once again grant you additional healing, damage, so on and so forth. I mean, you already know what I'm talking about since I had explained it a bit earlier.
That skill's not ready.
You just have to make sure that monsters are taking damage, which by default means that you are healing from them.
That skill's not ready.
I can also speak like a bit more if someone is considered like, why did I decided to go with this character, since there are another options as for a beginner-friendly choice. Well, let me elaborate a bit more on it. So, especially let me talk a bit more when it comes to... Have I missed my turn where I can pick up the first seal of Morganette? No, I mean first seal that uncovers the entrance to Tomb of Morganette. I haven't. So let me elaborate on what my parameters were when I decided to go with this character over the others. Yes, this is your first turn to the secret area. So when I was searching for a character which I wanted to play, like new playthrough and whatnot, there were a few things which definitely acted as a like decisive points over other options. So let me first begin like and saying, if you have Forgotten Gods DLC, like one of the option is, one of those decisive options is whether or not you can target farm a specific equipment on a certain difficulty. You might want to ask what a target farm means. Well, that Knight had a target farm set called the Creek set, which you can obtain starting from Elite. So and this character also has the same set, only his set, Dark One set, you can only obtain on Ultimate difficulty from a certain areas and monsters. So this was one of my first parameter, which played a big role when it comes to deciding what character am I going to play. That's one thing. The other thing that add to the final decision is actually where the items are dropping. The thing is that there is a character called Templar, combination between Old Keeper and Mystic, and his set, one of his equipment drops in Port Wildberry. And when he also considered to be a beginner-friendly class, and he had a outstanding movement speed and clearing speed just because he utilizes the dash, like point-and-click dash through monsters. But when I had found out that this character requires to obtain one of its equipment, to continuously go and do the Port Valkyrie over and over again, just for these pieces of gear to drop, I was like immediately saying no to this option. Because like I was saying, just the thought of me continuously going and deciding to get this piece of gear from this place immediately means a no-go in my opinion. You can disagree, but in my opinion, I ditched this option. From this point on, I hadn't even considered it as an option, as a good solid option for me. If you have other relationship with Korvaak, I mean, yeah, you should definitely take this character into account, but if you are not, and you are just like me who hates this place, and going there and try to farm this equipment is definitely going to influence your decision as well, as it was in my case. So then I decided to look whether this character can complete the whole campaign on 3 difficulties without having that much problem, I should add. I mean, certain all of the characters have their own difficulties when it comes to beating campaign. Do not believe those who say like there are characters which does not have any difficulties whatsoever. It just is different when it comes to on what stages of the game you will encounter it. So when it comes to this character, he is more than capable of clearing through. I'm not talking about, like, let me rephrase it, super bosses or Crucible on Gladiator level. I'm just talking right here
My inventory is full.
about the campaign. So since this character is more than capable of clearing the campaign content, plus he also had like tremendous amount of healing capabilities as well as kiting capabilities, I decided to go with this character over the others. And additional thing that I should mention is the fact that if you have, like, you might be one of those who are saying, well, if I'm having Forgotten Gods, doesn't this mean that by default every character that I'm creating has a target farmable set? Yes, you are right. If you are a beginner, I just want to elaborate more on it. So what do I mean by it? If you have a Forgotten Gods DLC and you go into Shattered Realm, a very important remark, if you go there on ultimate difficulty and you reach the, I believe, level 65 in Shattered Realm, you will have the opportunity to buy Shattered Realm set and wear it on your character. No matter what character you create, as long as Shattered Realm has attributes which boost just your general damage as well as your defensive parameters. So as long as you have reached the threshold of level 65 on ultimate, that's important, and pick up your equipment previously, so every character has this option if you have Forgotten Gods DLC. But I wasn't influenced that much by Shattered Realm stuff. I mean, yes, I am aware that in what area I need to go and farm Dark One set on ultimate. So this is why when it comes to Shattered Realm, I just completely skip this, like ditch this idea over, call it however you want. So this means that those are decisions which led me to why am I playing a Conjurer over other beginner-friendly characters. Alright, so let's sell all of those stuff. Actually, one important tip for you, well, as well as for me, is to look not only at what exact damage one item or the other has, like vitality or whatever the case might be in your playthrough. Read carefully if an item has a line that says like conversion of one damage type over the other, because you might have a good percentage of your desirable damage, whether it be pierce, lightning, electrocute, like this thing. Physical damage converted to lightning, that's actually good if you're just utilizing lightning damage. But when it's the opposite side, lightning damage converted to physical, this means by default if you're utilizing lightning damage, you might not want to consider this option. I had made several mistakes by just reading and thinking like, yes, this item might be good. Turns out that I should have read more attentively. Like, between the lines, quote unquote. And on previous stream I had mentioned like the best option for me would get something that says Void Harbinger on an equipment when it comes to armor. And believe it or not, I had sold so many items and picked up so many of those weapons, like equipment, so on and so forth. And I hadn't encountered Void Harbinger up until this point. I mean, those gloves, level 50, I was getting them closer to the end of vanilla campaign, and after it I hadn't seen everything that says Void Harbinger. Perhaps other than the like two-handed weapons or rifles. So yeah, like if you're going for vitality damage and you are looking for the best option, in my opinion, picking up something that says Void Harbinger on it, as long as it's like caster offhand, scepter, so on and so forth, equipment is the best choice which you can make. Why? Because it has your necessary damage, vitality, chaos, your option, a bunch of resistances like chaos, elemental, bleeding, whatever the case might be in your option. Let's read all those lore notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 of them. Stash everything extra into transferable stash like I usually do. Oh yes, I almost forgot about the other, well, some of the other aspects. Attribute points. Most of my points were put towards physique, only some towards spirit. Later on I'm definitely going to put something towards cunning as well, just because of the item requirements for certain equipment. But the majority of it, like I said, is and will be going to go straight towards physique. That's one thing. There were other things that I should have mentioned. Well, sorry, but I had forgotten what other thing I should mention as well. Well, if I'll remember, I am definitely going to tell you. As you can see, even on the normal difficulty, you need to remember so much stuff, play around so many of those things, if you want to be like as efficient as possible. Yeah, to be honest, Black Death effect is not looking that attractive, despite it having a bonus % vitality damage, but it's kinda low, and chance to confuse the target. I'm not interested in confusion. I would rather go for... It's either Sigil or Blood of Dreek for extra offensive ability. Sooner or later I need another extra skill for me to activate my, like I was saying, Quill of Fortage, plus the Dying God, but that's closer to end. So perhaps I can get away with going for Blood of Dreek. Oh, 1 point already for... Okay. And I am usually putting 1 point into skill itself, and 1 point into Mastery Bar, because I do need to reach eventually for the exclusive skill, which is Possession. Alright. Let's continue on. Yeah, perhaps I should... Yeah, 5 buttons for me to press. I need to keep in mind the fact that I need to reapply, well... As soon as Blood of Drake runs out, I need to reapply it once again, so this adds extra challenge. As you might want to think, and you're definitely right. Alright, slowly but surely going forward. Oh, I forgot to put another totem. Whoops, now that was bad. Yeah, instead of looking at my skill bar, I should just look how many seconds left on Blood of Drake and only then reapply it. Because, like I was saying, the mod that I'm using allows me to highlight also the positive buffs on my character. So no need to constantly juggle back and forward when it comes to my setup. Yeah, so far everything is active, everything is good. Oops, my bloody pox had ran out. No big deal. Yeah, there are some statues here which will come back alive. You can, if you have a great like microcontrol, you can even bait their, well, almost every of their default attacks, even the heavy hitting stuff, such as the attack they have when they are trying to slam you with all of their 6 arms. Yeah, like this attack. But like I said, you do need to have great microcontrol. Alright, so now that this boss has been defeated, have I collected? Yep, I have. The first of the 3 seals of Morganet. Like I was saying, just optional area for you to unlock the roguelike dungeon. Nothing else, nothing more. So now it's time to go back to our main campaign. Yeah, as you can see, the Blood of Drake had run out and I haven't checked whether or not it was active. So yeah, this is going to be tough a bit to continuously keep track of this effect. In this area you will have the opportunity to activate the shrine? Is the better word to put it. Well, the thing that you click on and then the gigantic demon falls from the sky, which has a 20 level above your character. So unless you're feeling lucky or just want to test, like, yeah, like this shrine for yourself, what it has to offer, yes, to offer, quote-unquote, you can definitely click on it. I'm not going to even be remotely close to this thing. I mean, I had clicked on it only once when I had played as a Dead Knight, and when I saw like this, yeah, it's not this dinosaur. This dinosaur is actually an additional boss, which you can defeat right here. So he's not that tough on all of the difficulties. Yeah, he has the ability to summon his allies. Alright, I am fighting 2 elites. Should be a bit careful around them. Wait, how did he heal from me? That was weird. he somehow healed from me. That was first time I had recognized that he has this ability. So, where was I? Yes, I was talking about this demon. So I decided to click on this altar only once when I played a Death Knight. And when I saw that this demon has 20 level above my character, plus I like hit him 30 times with my force wave and only did like minuscule amount of damage, I just went, no, I'm not going to fight this guy whatsoever. So you might want to do the same. It's all up to you. Well, especially if you are playing on, if you're playing on softcore, no big deal. Like, go for it. You just see what this will result in, and what are your chances against this thing. When it comes to hardcore, I strongly advise you not to do it. Especially when you are at the leveling stages of your character. If you are at level 100 and you are decided to go against him on normal difficulty, yeah, be my guest. But at this stage, no, just leave it alone. Because it's actually one of the secret and one of the hardest bosses which you can encounter in this game. Yeah, so as you can see, my Blood of Dreek runs out more than usual. I am not used whatsoever to keep track of this ability. Despite the fact of it being a good health regen as well as additional health option amidst combat. Wait, my skeletons are missing him completely. Fine. And yes, if you... and you should going for Blood of Trick no matter what build you are playing, if you are utilizing Occultist. You'd... later on when you'll have your Guardian aspect, which adds a lot to your acid and poison resistance, you shouldn't worry at all about the poison and acid resistance at later stages of the game. To be honest, I'm going to do the same and remove some of my components which grant me those defensive parameters in favor of others. Alright, that's actually loops around this little stone. There should be yet another area which I can visit somewhere in this desert, which will lead me to a second part of the seal, which requires for me to unlock the roguelike dungeon. I believe you need to stick to the right, if I'm not mistaken. Let's try this. Yep, there it is. So from this point, it's better for you to, before like going straight into the Maw of Enact entrance, it's better for you to go first and speak with the NPC before going into this territory, which I will do as well. So let's teleport back to the Conclave. I am thinking on what button I will attach my Sigil of Consumption, like Q, W, E, R, T. Left click, but that's not optimal in my opinion. Alright, so let's complete several quests while we're here. Yeah, like this thing. Those ones. This quest is pointless in my opinion. I mean, I just randomly killing a bunch of those dudes. 1, 2, 3, like a sacrifice to Solael, whatever the case might be, just to complete this quest. I mean, yes, I had, to be honest, they when you're trying to speak with them, they act, some of them act as if they want to die like on the spot, some of them actually act and pretend like they do not care about the cult whatsoever. So in my personal opinion, you might consider this as a spoiler, but choosing whom to spare and who will be left to live is definitely not that critical. Alright, so 1, 2, the next quest I believe is going to be somewhere in this area. Yeah, that's not the thing which I'm looking for. Yeah, I need to go on top.
It makes no difference.
Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, so this is the NPC that you need to talk with when you find the Maw of Enact. I believe this is it, and you can return to the Maw itself and continue the exploration. Yeah, because I do not see any other quests. Exclamation marks, yellow question marks. One, I'll excluding this one, but this leads to Shattered Realm, which I am not plan to visit anytime soon. Yeah, let's go to more of Enact. This is the new stuff that they have added not that long time ago. Areas which you need to visit anyway if you want to enter in the Tomb of Morganet, unlock the ability to do it. Plus, additional lore is always nice to have. I mean, lore is one aspect of this game which I definitely enjoy to keep track of, to follow. Despite Forgotten Gods being not that heavily connected with the main campaign, it's still a good side story, in my opinion. They have tried to hype it up a bit by presenting you with what you're going to actually fight against, but in my opinion, it still feels like without any of the connective work to the main areas of the campaign, it still feels like a side story. A good side story, yet still a side story. Alright. Yeah, I'm just roaming around this area, collecting lore notes and whatnot, killing the stuff. In here, this, do not step in this acid. This acid acts like an ether ground, or the acid which you might have encountered in the Hargate Island when you decided to complete, or if you decided to complete the Devil's Crossing faction quest. So it does not take into account your resistances when you step on it. So be warned. Watch your step in any, if you're familiar with the other game, which my brother is playing. Yeah, so as you can see, my HP went down quite drastically when I'm trying to step on this territory. Yeah, this character definitely clears masses of hordes of monsters way faster than Death Knight. Well, what than physical Death Knight. But that's to be expected with so many AoE abilities. Oh, an elite. I haven't even had the opportunity to see him amidst those little bugs. This should be it when it comes to this first floor. Yep, there is a second floor as well. And guess what the boss is this in this area looks like. If you put a bet on a giant bug, then you are right. Well, to be honest, it's not that gigantic. I mean, if you are one of those who had played... Well, let me say what I mean. I am one of the people who played Diablo 2, and in Diablo 2 in Act 2, which looks like a desert, yes, there is a similar maw, well, almost similar, which has a boss bug in it, which is literally gigantic, like creature that spawns little bugs. And yes, it is a gigantic bug creature. Unlike this area, this boss is not that big, not that... it does not have a high model. Higher size. Better way to put it. But yes, despite all that, if you, like I was saying, if you put your money on gigantic bug, then you won. Congratulations. Just checking whether or not those worms will appear here, but it looks like they do not want to join the party. Yeah, let's aggro them as well, while we can. Because why not? Oh, I just spotted with the help of my Grim Internals tools that they do cast something which reduces my damage by 30%, so... Whoops. Clicked on the wrong item. Keep this thing in mind if your damage suddenly drops. Yep, slowly but surely clearing out all the bugs from this area. I have to be closer to the boss itself. Yes, I do like the effect when they are dying from the box plus Wendigo Totem at the same time. Should I go there? Nah, I'll leave those bones. Leave them to rot and ruin. Yeah, with your totem, with your setup active, they are not going to, unless they are charging or teleporting, none of them will going to easily come close to your character. Even if they wanted to. Yep, slowly leveling my active constellation procs. Oh yes, I forgot to mention the important details of some of the other skills, which I... Mainly the defensive auras, like the one you're seeing a lot of Dreek. I am going to utilize also the Mag Dragon Pact as well as Heart of the Wild and Oak Skin with the stat distribution of 1, 10, 10. But that's also closer to the late game. It's not critical right now. It's critical now to have your offensive skill up and going strong, especially if you keep in mind the necessity of having something good, something with a very high uptime to activate your active constellation procs. This is why after finishing up with the Blood of Dreek, I'm going to go straight for Sigil of Consumption. Oh, initially I thought I was going to go way down there, like straight at the bottom of the pit. Sadly, you won't. Little spoiler. Alright, I am getting closer to the boss battle of this area. Yeah, let's curse them all with my totems. Oh, there's a third floor. Well, yeah, I completely forgot about this exists. Yep. Sorry. Misleading information. Well, if I remember correctly, third floor shouldn't be... it shouldn't take that long to fully explore this area. Alright, a boss just ran straight at me, which means he is going to die very horribly and slowly. He already did. Wait, what? Huh? That was weird. What the hell happened there? Okay. Gigantic acid pool, whatever. I thought that I had missed some other elites, which has the ability to create acid pools. But yeah, never mind, it still was weird. Yeah, but those things might happen, especially the longer you play into this game. Nothing here. And yep, there's an exit from this place. So yeah, I was right. The third floor will not going to be the biggest of them all. Yeah, let's go back to exploration of the Korvaak Sands. The lore of the previous area, the Morphine Act, is actually pretty interesting to read. If you want the short version of it without spoiling too much, the bugs which you have fought there were merely a... Well, if you are familiar with the animal wildlife and the way how certain parasites work, they were acting as a thing that clears the insides of the bigger monster in this desert. So yeah, the worm itself, or at least the part that you are able to see through the sands, is actually just a small portion of a bigger creature. Yeah, they over dramatize a bit, but still. I mean, if you have watched the film called Dune or played the game, you know that there were a gigantic worms in the sands who practically looked, well, if not the same, but close to the way how this creature had looked. So I assume they took an inspiration from either this game or movie or whatever the case might be when they designed this creature. So this is without spoiling too much, because there are other aspects which I hadn't mentioned. Alright, docks. I do remember that this area is kind of a big one. With the, if I'm not mistaken, if you go straight to the left, you'll reach the unrestored altar. And if you go to the bottom right, you'll go for the secondary quest, which you need to complete anyway. I mean, need is not the proper word to put it if I'm talking about secondary quest, which you might want to complete if you want to gain extra experience. I mean, who do not want to get extra experience? Unless you're doing something like a extra challenge, speed run, so on and so forth. Extra challenge would consist of you not completing all the side content. I do not wait. I went straight back to the Morphine Act. Or there's actually another reference if you have, well, who haven't seen the Star Wars Episode 6, yeah, The Return of the Jedi, and the famous episode where there is a similar looking creature, although it does not have same size, where villains try to get rid of some of the main heroes by throwing them into the maw. But in my opinion, it's, like I was saying, it's more similar to literature as well. I mean, to the, like I said, Dune movie or game or book. Pick it whichever you want. Rather than the Star Wars. Perhaps I am wrong, but... Alright, an elite. Let's lure them straight into my totem setup. And he doesn't stand a chance. Whoops, I accidentally clicked on the wrong button, which switches your toolbar. Let's not do this, especially in the fight itself amongst monsters. Yeah, the Forgotten Gods DLC shouldn't be that hard to complete, and it wasn't that hard to complete even on Elite. On Ultimate I haven't checked this area when I played as a Death Knight, but on normal and Elite it's not that tough. Despite several of those monsters having those nasty debuffs, so on and so forth. As long as you're not overshooting for something, you should be good to go. Yeah, my Skellies at this point have the opportunities to get rid of some of those monsters by themselves. I do want to check out like this area to the north, just for... Where is this lore node, which I have just collected? Yep, there it is. Just for the chance of me getting yet another devotion point. Yeah, the gist of this territory is that this land was once surrounded by seas, as you can see by the wreckage of those ships and whatnot, but then the cataclysmic event happened, which led to this land being deserted, being slowly but surely covered in sand because of one specific creature against whom you are fighting. In this territory, so yeah, that's without spoiling too much. No, our allies have lost against those statues. That's unfortunate. Only some of those statues have the opportunity to hit you with their 6 arm attack. Some of them, not all of them. Now that's a good damage. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, only the biggest of them all have this ability. Yeah, it's a better word to describe it. Actually, let's go and search for... Or should I? No, I should just finish up with the northern area. Like I was saying, devotion point and whatnot. Yeah, let's aggro the statue, because I know that it will resurrect. By the looks of it, when those Eldritch Horrors just comes out of those statues, they do not have on them my debuffs, which reduces their defensive parameters. So this is why even my 3 or 4 totem setup does not deal that heavy damage against them, that big of a damage. Yeah, so this is the altar that I was talking about. I believe I had picked another lore note. Yeah, perhaps I already read it, so let's preemptively put this thing here. Let's debuff you as well as you. Stack up another totem, and yep, they are finished. So, extra point, pushing higher and higher towards having more defensive ability. Which might not seem useful right now, but at ultimate difficulty, when even those lesser monsters having so high damage output, despite you considering them as a lesser creatures, I mean lesser in terms of their damage numbers, they will definitely, no, most definitely they will surprise you at ultimate difficulty. Same thing happens to me. Yeah, I'll definitely dodge your freezing effect. I got hit by 6 arm attack, so this is why I lost a bit of HP, but no worries. To be honest, I had encountered a post from people who like was saying, yes, if you want to complete the ultimate difficulty, just stack your defensive and offensive ability as high as possible and you should not have any problems. No, that's a false statement. I can assure you that. Even, well, let me give you a perspective. My Death Knight had closer to 3000, well, offensive ability and over 3000 defensive ability. Do you know what happened when I got hit by, as well as good resistances? Some of them were overcapped, some of them closer to soft cap. Do you know what happened when I got hit by just regular monsters? If I was standing like on a lot of AoEs or just got hit by their volley of attacks, my HP still were dropping despite wearing the heavy plate gear, utilizing the proper components, so on and so forth. So yes, if other people are saying to you like just have defensive abilities and the resistances and you should be good to go, no, that's completely false statement. If you do not have other defensive layers such as ointments, oils, damage absorption, reduction, mitigation, immunity on top of your defensive and offensive ability, only then you should have a decent chance, not a great one, decent chance of completing through the ultimate difficulty. I am talking about now of the campaign. I'm not talking about the high level shards, secret bosses, so on and so forth. Wait, what? Yeah, so this is the helmet that, yeah, Void Harbinger. Sadly, my helmet is better. Still a good helmet. Level 50. Yeah, sadly, I am way up past the level 50 threshold. Yeah, so this item appears. By the looks of it, they do have the chance of appearing. Fire key. I will put those second and first seal of Morganette to transfer stats just because you still have a decent way to go until the point where you can unlock the passage to the tomb itself. They are just at this stage. Are using some space in your inventory, nothing else. You do not need to wear them with you all the time. Scepter of Decay. Level 74 against mine. Yeah, Fire Eater, no thank you. Same deal. All of those pistols. Those shields. A lot of shields. Requires 616 spirit? Yeah, right, like I'm not going to have it even if I will decide to put those points to spirit, I might wear it, but not going to even bother right now. Soleil's Malice is your go-to option if you go for full chaos damage rather than vitality damage. It has some vitality damage on it, but you, like as I was saying, you definitely want to search for Void Harbinger. If possible. Alright, let's put those components here, and as soon as possible go back and continue clearing through those areas. So this thing here, those ones are your quest items which you cannot sell, which by default means you only can put them into your personal stash and not into transfer stash. Where was I? Yep, Chiron Docks. Wait, shouldn't I search for something in the Chiron Docks? I believe there is a quest, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. Because I think something similar happened to me when I had played Dead Knight, and some NPC actually have given me a quest which forced me to went back into the Chiron Docks and search for something. I could be wrong. I do not see any exclamation mark for now. Nope. Nothing, so...
Greetings, Seeker.
Yeah, still nothing, so I can safely go back and continue onwards on my explorational duties. So what haven't I checked also? Yeah, those areas. Yeah, I'll use my totem setup to stop their advance. Alright, thank you for the following, Fizet Fox. I do hope that you are enjoying the content as well as my commentary throughout the game. If you have something on your mind concerning some questions in general or about the game, feel free to ask them in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. So, yeah, at this point I'm just roaming around this area, searching for any of the elites. You might think that I'm wasting time and I should just proceed to one quest area than the other. I intend to disagree with you. You might ask why. Well, let me elaborate. Like I was saying, I am using crits, which increases faction gains by 150% with all of my friendly factions. That includes killing the regular monsters as well, so... And since my general strategy when it comes to this difficulty as well as second one is to close as fast as possible my faction gains with all of my friendly factions to revere status, this means that this is not... Well, this means by default that this is the method which I'm going to utilize for my playthrough. Because second difficulty, Elite, I'm only gonna use it for... mostly for the closure of any of the devotion points altars which I will encounter along the way. And as soon as possible, went straight into ultimate difficulty. Because I do not have any plans of clearing Elite, and unless I am going to go for the opportunity to buy faction reads from Battlehome, but since, well, let me elaborate more on this. The higher the difficulty, the more faction gains you are going to get anyway. So me going straight to ultimate difficulty as fast as possible like I said, after the devotion altar setup on Elite is going to benefit me in the long run. Even if, well, I haven't used Rit only for one friendly faction, which is Battlehelm. For every other, like you can see Coven of Ugdenbach, Cult of Bismael, Cult of Dreek, so on and so forth, I had used those Rits. And like I was explaining before, when it comes to this character, Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist, I am using a template, which later on I will link with the Grim Tools link. There you can see how this character will look like on level 100, what is his skill allocation is going to look like, his devotion setup, so on and so forth. This will be left in description on Twitch video on demand, plus on YouTube channel video, whenever I will upload it. My go-to is to reach for acquire the Dark One set on Ultimate difficulty when it comes to this character. But first I need to reach this point in a campaign. And while playing, I'm also going to be analyzing certain aspects, drawbacks, benefits, when it comes to picking this character or just playing this character over other ones. Initially, I was playing as a, well, previously I had played as a physical Death Knight, combination between Soldier and Necromancer, and right now, as you can see, I'm playing as a Conjurer. So analyzing their strengths, their weaknesses is definitely the thing that I find interesting to do. If you want me to explain like shorter version right up front, I can do it. The short version of between those two characters are that Conjurer, the longer the fight goes, he definitely has the edge over Death Knight, because he will deal more damage, he will be able to heal more from enemies, debuff them more, so on and so forth. That's when it comes to advantage. When it comes to disadvantage, he is definitely vulnerable to physical attacks. He's vulnerable to positioning, meaning that if you had planned your battleground and you are forced to swiftly reposition yourself to any other areas, you will lose and you will outrun your area of effect when it comes to totems. You will lose a good chunk of your damage along the way. Unlike Death Knight, where you just can like move back a bit and hit something, move back and hit something. When it comes to this character, the most of my damage comes in a combination between those skills. I mean, I cannot just safely say that yes, one skill out damages the other. I'm utilizing practically every panel, every skill on it, like Corrupted Storm Totem, Wendigo Totem, Curse of Frailty, which has a Wendigo mark in it, Bloody Pox, Blood of Dreek for extra regen, Devouring Swarm for more healing capabilities. Plus, later on, I think if I'm going to attach either Will of Ratosh onto it or Dying God proc, so you need to, like, in my subjective opinion, those skills need to work in conjunction with one another. This way you will get the maximum effect from this character, whether it be the damage output or your healing capabilities. Oh yes, healing. So the other beneficial thing of utilizing this character is your healing. He definitely has a lot of it. And this is yet another aspect in which he outperforms or outscales Death Knight. once again remind you, physical Death Knight, because there are 2 more Death Knights, Ethereal and Bleeding or Vitality Damage Death Knight, which also has the healing capability, so I can just speak from the point of view of using the physical Death Knight. So those are your short version of the story. I do need to get back and complete the secondary quest. When it comes to other parts of my playthrough, you can check them out later at your own leisure, either on Twitch video on demand or on YouTube channel. All the links to it you can find in the description at the bottom of this video player, Twitch player. When it comes to Death Knight, if you want to check him as well, you can do this right now only on YouTube channel, because I believe Twitch only saves like for 14 days videos. So let's go into the side area. Also, I highly recommend for you to check 2 other edited videos which I had made when it comes to more beginner-friendly stuff or stuff for advanced players. I am talking about beginner-friendly stuff is the stuff that can be beneficial if you want to know bosses' dangerous attacks, how to avoid them, what type of resistances that you need to be working on certain stages of the game, so on and so forth. Those what augments can help you achieve this. This is when it comes to beginner-friendly guide. When it comes to more advanced stuff, I had another edited video. There I had discussed what changes on Elite and Ultimate difficulty. Bosses' behavior, to be more specific. Either they have a higher casting speed, higher movement speed, a little bit different phases of the fight, plus some of the dangerous attacks, this time from Nemesis bosses, as well as higher endgame components when it comes to boosting up your defense. All of this you can find on my second edited video. Alright. Nothing here. Let's continue to roam around those areas. Like my final goal when it comes to this character, as well as with the previous one that I had, is to complete the campaign on all 3 difficulties. Well, mostly on Ultimate difficulty right now, to be honest. Since I right now see the... how should I put it? There isn't that big of a deal of completing the game on Elite difficulty, other than the fact that you want to... you should just aim for the lack of your devotion points, and that's it. You can then, if you kill Lochorian, or if you have the stone which unlocks the ability to choose the ultimate difficulty, you should just go for ultimate difficulty. Also, I should talk a bit more about the gameplay that I'm utilizing, since I am seeing and I'm grateful for new viewers, new followers. So when it comes to Conjurer gameplay, I am playing around mostly my totem setup, my curse setup, as well as my healing skills. So this by default means that I'm not the fastest clearing guy when it comes to roaming around the content, killing monsters and whatnot. So if you're looking for a character that has this opportunity, the Conjurer is definitely not your go-to option. Like I was saying, you do need to have time to put those things, cursed monsters with your curse, your pox and swarm ability, kite them a bit more than perhaps you used to. I mean, I used to play with the Death Knight, and also you need to keep track of your debuffs that you are applying to monsters. So yeah, you can imagine, like I was saying before, my unfamiliarity when I was playing initially with the Death Knight, who only had like 1 attack skill, Force Wave, and two others which are Warcry for attack damage resistance reduction plus, excuse me, physical resistance reduction, as well as Mark of Torment, nothing else. Well, the third skill was Creek Stamp, but that's mostly for more resistance reduction and damage. So 4 skills, and I was utilizing them not all the time, unlike with this character who, like I was saying, practically has whole panel, which you definitely need to use. This might discourage beginners from trying this character out, or vice versa, it might encourage to try it out if you are up for the challenge, so to speak. But do know that you definitely have to have a good amount of, well, at least good decent skill of crowd control, as well as micro and micro control, awareness of your positioning, monster positioning, so on and so forth. You cannot just go into the fray and hope for the best. This character, well, if you will able to get used to his playstyle, he will definitely reward you, like I was saying, with outstanding healing capabilities, with great damage. The longer the fight goes, you just have to consider your best options, or just options in general. This is actually one of the tricks, well, not necessarily a trick, one of the useful tips that I would recommend for you to do with this character. Preemptively set up those totems before you fight an elite, or you have to cleanse this corrupted shrine, and you know that some of the elites will come out from there. By doing so, you'll definitely save more time and will be able to stack even more of those storm totems, which can be put up to 4, if I'm not mistaken, so good stuff, all in all. Oh, come on. This mummy just blocked my way. Initially, I wasn't able to just go into melee range, and I still think that there are some enemies which will punish me for going closer to them, because, like I was saying, the disadvantages, the drawbacks of this character is that he has a very low physical resistance, plus he does not have a good damage absorption effects. He only has 1, I believe, and I still haven't reached this skill yet, which comes in the form of a possession. That's exclusive skill from Occultist skill tree. Do not worry, I am definitely going to pick it up later. Right now I'm leveling Blood of Trick, putting 1 point here, 1 point into Mastery Bar, so this is my strategy when it comes to leveling process. Yeah, so as you can see, if you have, I was explaining before, if you have great micro control, you can even bait out all of the statues' attack and not get hit even once from them. Oh, crumbling wall. I almost lost the hope of seeing one of those in this areas. Like I was saying, the layout of Forgotten Gods DLC and just in general of those zones, because of my unfamiliarity with it, I do not remember all of those crumbling wall zones, hidden spoil stuff, so this is why I'm just roaming around from one room to the other. And, like I was explaining before, because of writs, this is definitely going to pay out. The drawback, like, yes, I am utilizing writs, but sadly I do not have the spare potions of clarity with me. So this makes those leveling those Rits kinda pointless at certain stages of the game, because, like I was explaining before, it feels like they need to be used in conjunction with one another. I made a mistake and I had bought too little of those potions of clarity. To be honest, I had bought like 10 of those when I played with the Death Knight, so this is the mistake which I'm going to definitely correct when I reach the point of me being able to buy them from the Melmoth Resistance faction. Yeah, that's a lot of damage because I was standing on those shards. Yeah, so as you can see, the longer the fight goes, those monsters will not stand any chance against you, even bosses. Alright. Let's clear those chests from its containments, its loot, and get the hell out of here. Retrieve the tome, bring the tome. Wait, what? Haven't I? The tome, self-described inventor. Oh, Oasis, it's later down the road. Phew. I was thought that I screwed up by not picking the quest item back there. Yeah, you might also see that I hadn't completed 2 of the quests from Vanilla campaign, which are called Legion Retribution and the Origin of the Slit. Why? Because, well, first of all, I do not think that they are that necessary to complete anyway. And secondly, those 2 areas, because of their damage effect from the ground, and because of my hatred towards everything that's connected with this thing, I just do not want to deal with this nonsense and risk of losing a character, especially on hardcore. Alright, so let's go into yet another cave full of bugs. I do remember that this cave only has one boss in it, which is, yet again, just a bug. You can see the general theme of this place. Oh, I should just lure the boss if possible. Yeah, because of my totem setup. He actually hurts kinda hard in melee range because of his stunning ability, or capabilities. I mean, he hurts nowhere near, like, when compared to, how should I put it? The Nemesis boss, which is called Valdran Stormscourge, hurts way more in melee range than this bug. But nonetheless, this could definitely surprise you if you are playing for the first time. Yeah, so this is completely optional area, like I was saying, just for extra XP. Oh, I see an elite. Let's lure him as well. I haven't... yeah, now I cursed him. As you can see, I'm trying to keep track of how many debuffs are active on one and the same target. I do need to apply Curse, Box, as well as Devouring Swarm, especially when it comes to elites and bosses. Not only it will help me clear things faster, but it also will allow me to have a higher chance of proccing my constellation procs, such as Raise the Dead, Twin Fangs, what else? Yeah, Wendigo Mark, so on and so forth. Later on also the Will of Rotage, plus the Dying God. All of those are super useful. Should I go back and just complete those quests before moving on to the Sunbane Oasis? There is another quest right here. Yeah, so let's complete this one before moving back to Conclave. Lore note, where it is? Yep, there it is. Yeah, the higher your levels are, the higher your character, the more levels your character has, the more obsolete reading lore notes becomes, even despite the fact that each of them have a easiest way of gaining some amount of experience just by right-clicking on it. Nonetheless, like I was saying, they are important in the earliest stages of your game, but not that required at this stages of this portion of the game. Right, leveled up. Yeah, there is a passage right there which will lead me to the areas full of those Gryphons. Oh, and yes, the other important factor of me utilizing the Bloody Pox ability is the fact that it acts as a damage reduction with the help of this thing, Wasting, minus 180 offensive ability. That's huge and very important, especially if you are playing as a squishy target. Alright, there's an elite who is already dead. I believe he wasn't even able to cast his skill. Oh, the passage to those Gryphons actually... Wait, did I miss it? Yeah, I might have missed it. I needed to run here instead, yep. Because I was thinking like I should have at this point encountered them. Alright, and I believe there is something... Yeah, right here as well. Anything else? Nope. So I do need to get back on track and continue on my side quests and secondary quests. Excuse me, side and secondary. Side and main quests. And while doing so, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who might have just tuned in or had watched the stream for the beginning of any of the other videos. about Grim Dawn or just wanted to get a portion of this gameplay on hardcore and veteran difficulty, nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Andreyevitz. Playing Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist. Main type of damage is Vitality damage. Planning to go for the Dark One set on Ultimate. Also, every piece of gear that I previously was finding was acquired by self-found method, so nothing was pre-prepared for this playthrough, excluding the... not taking into account the writs, bonus writs, which I had bought with my other character that I had, like Death Knight, which gave me bonus reputation to all of other factions. Currently, right now, I halfway there when it comes to clearing out the Forgotten Gods content, and my strategy is from this point on and forward to clear the Forgotten Gods and the rest of the remaining content when it comes to normal difficulty. Elite difficulty will be utilized by me mostly for closing out the rest of the devotion points, restoring the devotion points and closing up my build. As soon as I will do this, I'll go straight for ultimate difficulty. Once again, if you had missed other parts of this playthrough, you can check them out on Twitch Video On Demand on YouTube channel. All of the links you can find in the description. For this character also I'm using a template. Link to it I will also leave at the end of the stream. You will see how this character looks like at level 100, what I am planned to wear, what are my skills allocations will going to look like, so on and so forth. Plus, if you are a beginner, I would highly recommend you to check later on at your own leisure the edited video that I had made for beginner or for more advanced players. One of them discussing the nuances of this game, such as dangerous attacks, resistances, so on and so forth. The other catering towards experienced players, discussing more the differences and certain nuances when it comes to elite difficulty, as well as ultimate, like higher attack speed, higher movement speed, different phases of the fights, so on and so forth. I should go down and kill this elite. Yeah, let's do it. Feel free to ask any questions in chat, in general questions or questions about gameplay. I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, I had almost reached this quest NPC, there it is. I am going to also be analyzing like certain aspects of this character, how well he performs on certain stages, what skills does he uses, how well those skills benefit him in various fights and whatnot. So I find it interesting to do, especially for the ones who might considering creating the same character and trying him out. What are his weak points, his strong points, so on and so forth. The other thing that I should mention, I am utilizing a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, rare items, components, highlight my character's HP bar as well as monster's HP bar, plus it also highlights whenever I got debuff or monsters the icon of debuff itself, so it makes things easier for me to keep track of my dot effects as well as resistance reduction effects amidst combat. You can certainly play this game without this mod, it just makes things a bit easier for you, like quality of life changes, nothing else. Alright, so let's actually enter these ruins. Or should I? Turn, retrieve, recover. Yeah, let's go into these ruins first. Before going back into town. Because I believe this is the yet another area in which I can restore the devotion altar, devotion point. Yep, that's definitely it. I already see an enemy which tries to surround me from the beginning of the fight. Yeah, those skeletons, you might think that they are insignificant and only worth for resistance reduction, but the thing is that one interesting and unique stuff that I had found out about those skellies are if you're fighting big monsters and slow moving monsters as well, they have the chance of blocking their movement pattern and force them to just move back and forward between your skeletons without even hitting your character. So let me give you some couple of examples of them doing so. When I had fought against Gargabol, Heart of the Wild, I believe it's the boss in Ancient Grove, Roguelike Dungeon and Ashes of Melmoth, plus against Galacross the Mountain, optional boss in the Melmoth Sewers, when there were 5 skellies. So Galacross and Gargabol were just moving back and forward between them without even trying to reach for my vulnerable body. That's of course on top of the fact that they have on their own resistance reduction and movement speed reduction, so always keep this in mind. Yeah, I'm going to clear this big statue first before engaging in a fight against those elites. I believe there will be demons. Yeah, burning demons. Oh yes, first legendary from the stream, and it's an Ignafar rune plate, yeah. I mean, to be honest, just of curiosity, I want to check who are playing with skills Flame of Ignafar. Can you even play with this skill effectively? So right now, to unlock the Rotosh, I'm still missing 3 greens, which means that I do need to get the Behemoth constellation. Plus, after it, Lantern, and only after those 2 I will be able to go for Rotosh. Right now, when it comes to my devotion setup, as you can see right here, I have, like, from first to the last, Bat, Twin Fangs attached to Storm Totem. Then Jackal and Sailor's Guide to have the necessary points to unlock the Wendigo Totem, plus the Revenant, so Wendigo Mark attached to the Curse of Frailty, Raise the Dead attached to Bloody Pox, Lotus extra mana regen missing knots for Will of Rotosh. Same thing for Solemn Watcher. To be able to unlock Solemn Watcher, I had to also had to also unlock the Eel constellation, so that's that. After this, I do think that I'm going to go straight for Behemoth, Lantern, and finally, final two will be Will of Rotosh and Dying God. You might want to ask why not Dying Gods from the beginning if I have the opportunity to do so. Well, the thing is that Dying God, when it procs, it grants you a lot of vitality, additional vitality damage. Plus, it also grants you offensive ability, so on and so forth. I mean, all of the good stuff. But the drawback of you receiving all of this good stuff is actually you are getting debuffed and your health slowly withering away. Yes, you also will receive the extra healing opportunities, but the thing is, I do not have at this stage of the game just yet all of the necessary tools which allows me to survive until the next encounter with monsters, such as soft capping the Blood of Dreek, going for Sigil of Consumption, and soft capping it as well. Plus, going for the... oops, that's the wrong window. Going for the Heart of the Wild, which increases health regen as well. Plus 1 point into Mag Dragon Pact. Because if I were to go for the Dying God right now, I do feel that it will mostly hurt me rather than benefit me. Alright, let's continue on, clearing all of those stuff. I mean, it's not like I'm suffering in any, how should I put it, in any kind of damage loss throughout the campaign. Damage is more than enough to clear all of those foes, monsters, so on and so forth. And like I said, the resistance reduction is there, the healing is there, well, almost all of it. So I do not need to rush for... I feel like I do not need to rush, let's rephrase it, because probably there will be some people who will disagree with my opinion. It's completely fine. I just decide to go with this thing in mind rather than utilizing other methods.
That skill's not right.
Nothing here other than those dogs. And I believe some statues? Oh no, there's actually an elite there. Which has a very high chance of poisoning your character. But with the help of my trusty healing abilities, I should be good to go. Yep.
That skill's not right.
Yeah, so as you can see, the same thing happens with the blockade of those big statues when 5 or more skellies are popping in the same place and trying to attack him. Or it. Trying to attack it, because it's a statue.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, let's open up those chests as well.
Can't carry anymore.
Damn it.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, alright. Then I need to go back to town. Fine. Actually, I believe the Conclave of the Tree also has the inventory. Just at this point, I am so used to selling all the stuff at Devil's Crossing, like, it becomes more of a habit for me to automatically click on the Devil's Crossing and sell it to those vendors instead of this place. Honors already, interesting. I'll check what they have to offer in terms of jewelry as well, because I believe I didn't check this menu. Alright, time to sell some stuff. Yeah, level 7 burn damage. No, that's not worth it at all. I mean, I went again with Cult of Soleil just because by the looks of it, they do have the most amount of option when you're going to go for your better gear later on, later down the line. So that's that. I just sell something with vitality, no, of haste. So yeah, I do once again specify that Void Harbinger will be the perfect option for you if you are looking for vitality, chaos damage, and vitality decay, because with that you're going to get an additional bonus of having a ton of resistances on this item. I believe if you are playing like a physical / internal trauma build, your best option would be to go for item that has a suffix on it that at the end that says Olron's Rage, but don't quote me on that. When it comes to Void Harbinger, I am sure that this is your best option, but that's talking about vitality damage. Spectral Vortex. Vitality damage. Blood Boil and Siphon Souls? No, that's Necromancer skill, and it specifically says Necromancer. Alright, selling some stuff. Elemental damage, no thank you. Oh, a bunch of axes. Rifles. Belts. +2 to Blood of Dreek, Prong Dragon Pact. Interesting. Yeah, let's continue to sell all of those. This lore note I'll read as soon as I will able to do it. Pierce damage, chaos. Nope. Yeah, this thing I'll sell. I might wanna try just for the sake of it later in the future some build with Flames of Ignafar in mind, but I do not believe that I will be playing with this skill on hardcore. To be honest, it has such a puny radius area of effect, so and you are forced to, first of all, you are forced to continuously hit something with it. That does not mean that it works the same as mine build, like put a debuff or Wendigo Totem and it works by themselves. No, you actively need to hold the button down for it to work, and add on top of it your positioning against monsters, so close to them. So yeah, perfect quote-unquote character for hardcore. Nope. Not in my book, at least. Oops, that's the wrong thing I'm clicking on. Yeah, let's... Whoops, this is a quest item. So let me check what do they have. But to be honest, I believe the next threshold of me buying new jewelry, like rings and amulets and medals, would be at level 75 if I'm not mistaken. Nonetheless, let's see. Yeah, mine is better in this same better. Bonus to pets, no thank you, and this is a caster. Fine. The next thing. Oh, this vitality, bleeding, decay, and 4% health. 40-40 and 4% health. Applied to one-hander. What do I have? 35 and 200 health. Would it be better than mine? Oh boy, level 90, yeah, like, and 84. Sure. Not right now. Yeah, so while I'm here, let's also talk with other NPCs to complete those quests.
Greeting. Thank you for your help.
Yeah, he'll talk with me later.
Hello?
Alright, and the next area in which I should go is the Vanguard of the Tree, unless... Let's do another circle around this town, unless there is an NPC with which I haven't spoken for yet another quest. With whom? Excuse me. Nah, not yet. Fine. Let's go to this waypoint and continue our advance towards the Korvaak. Yeah, those statues will come back alive. I'm not going to deal with them right now. One statue. Let it be. Yeah, so by the looks of it, I can start commentating also on the Blood of Drig effect and what it provides. It provides not only health regen, well, acid retaliation and flat acid damage is most importantly if you're going for poison build, but for me specifically, it adds more offensive ability, which I am currently way lacking when compared to defensive ability, and it adds health regeneration, which is, once again, in combination with my every other skill that heals me with one way or another, makes a good combination. So the more points I'll be putting towards it, the better the outcome will be. Yeah, no one is there. I believe the next area will be Howling Rifts, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check the map. Howling Chasm. The area in which I will gather the final seal to open the Tomb of Morganette later on.
Can't do that.
Oh, this area will also going to create, well, not create,
That skill's not ready.
throw against me. Yeah, throw is the better word. The Scorpion boss, if I'm not mistaken. Or have I killed him already? Nah, I believe he is in this place.
That skill's not ready.
He should be in Sunbane Oasis, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, perhaps closer to the entrance of Howling Chasm. Wait. What? What did I just saw to my right? Is there a Scorpion on the loose? Let's double check. Is there this boss? Because there was a Scorpion. Oh no, it's actually a Viper. Yeah, let's debuff all of you at the same time. I actually haven't paid that much attention and didn't notice that I haven't utilized the Corrupted Storm totem at the same time with my Wendigo totem. Corrupted Storm has a bigger radius, So this is why it's important to use it. And stack it as well. Alright, so I do not see...
That skill's not ready.
I still do not see the Scorpion boss. That's weird. Okay. Well then, by the looks of it, I will not encounter him in this place. Later. Alright. Howling Chasm. Place full of bugs and dogs, if I'm not mistaken. The next modifier the next skill that modifies my will modify my Blood of Dreek will add to it vitality damage, which I'm it actually will add physical resistance. That's super important, because you remember I was saying that this character is very vulnerable when it comes to physical attacks. So that's good to have. Plus, it will also add the extra poison and acid resistance, which will allow me to play around my defensive parameters a bit and reshuffle some of my components in favor of other protective resistances. Yeah, so as you can see, why am I trying to emphasize of certain skills from this character is working better when they are combined with one another. Because by themselves, it feels like those skills are not doing a lot of damage, to be honest. And compared to like a Death Knight who had all the time up until level 100 and included only one offensive skill, Force Wave, and that's it. With this character, you have to constantly apply, reapply majority of your skill panel at the same time, or at least in a short time span period. As you can see, one totem doesn't deal that much damage, even though this mongrel was debuffed to have less defense against vitality damage. But when they are combined, and especially when they are debuffed with other skills, such as Devouring Swarm, so on and so forth, things are definitely start looking more pleasant and in your favor. I believe this is, yeah, this is the passage that I need to use. Actually, can I go there? I think I can, just for hidden spoils. Yeah, I completely missed my setup. Yeah, I'm just going upwards for hidden spoils purposes. Nothing else. Do not worry, I'll go back. Like I was saying, I do need to collect the final seal. I already got 2. Do not want to stop at the number of 2. There will be a boss in that area which will protect it, but Yeah, as well as some of those same looking monsters.
Do that.
But I am confident in my ability to overcome all the obstacles. And if memory serves me right, the boss that guards the last seal will be also a griffin. So, lots of birds. Yeah, I should have remembered the fact that those bugs are appearing with a slight delay, so this is why when I was fighting against those eldritch mongrels, I haven't spotted the group of those bugs behind me.
Can't do that.
Alright, let's continue. Roam around this area a bit.
That skill's not ready.
After I clear with this Howling Chasm, I also and go to the not to the Conclave, to the Vanguard of the Tree. I will check how do I fare when it comes to reputation with other factions as well.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, 2 stones. I'll go there a bit later,
That skill's not ready.
because I have spotted the Exalted Stash.
Can't do that.
Alright.
Can't do that.
Yeah, slowly but surely breaking through their ranks. Yeah, let's read this lore note.
Can't do that.
Yeah, when talking about how do I feel like in general about leveling process and whatnot, the short version of it, like I was saying, that the safer approach for you, especially if you're a beginner, would be to go with
That skill's
Soldier, to be honest. Safer. Maybe not most interesting approach, but definitely safer. And more forgiving if you are making a mistake here or there when it comes to your positioning. But if you are up for the challenge, or if you're looking for like more damage, or just in general more interesting way of playing the game, keeping track of your debuffs, buffs, your positioning, then this character is definitely going to be a good option for you. Because there isn't any skill on this panel which I am not using one way or the other. I am constantly using at least something, whether it be against regular monsters or against elites. Alright. Yeah, like this griffin. Let's kite him, bring him to my totems. Totems save me, totem power. And yep, he's dead. Oh, I forgot about those statues. Whatever. Yeah, let's clear them from this room. At least 2 of them. Yeah, I do not want to aggro this last statue. Let it be. Let it stand there. The main thing that I have got this third seal, so I just can go back to the main quest. Alright, so I need to go there. And also, there are certain areas of the game, like I can enumerate some of them, which were easier for this character than for the Death Knight. Port Valbury, despite being considered by many and by me as well to be one of the difficult areas to clear, to fully clear, to move around with this character, felt easier than with the Death Knight. Even that room felt easier because, well, that's mostly due to the fact that the longer the fight takes, the more benefits this character receives, especially since you practically are not changing the positioning of your character in the Port Valbury Death Room, unless you're standing on Ethereal Geyser. Bastion of Chaos felt difficult and easier. Well, in some aspects easier, in some more difficult. Let me elaborate more on that, because I was lacking so much when it comes to physical resistance, and you are aware that monsters in Bastion of Chaos they are hitting you pretty hard when it comes to physical damage. You have those demons with axes, you have demons who shoots and then hits you in melee range, demons that charges at you. This is why even with me trying to kite them continuously, there were some points that only healing aspects save me from a guaranteed death, so you should definitely keep this thing in mind. What else to analyze? Ancient Grove? Yes, in Ancient Grove there were some monsters that were hitting my character even harder than Bastion of Chaos, but the thing is, in Ancient Grove I already had most of my setup up and going, so even if there were instances where my health pool were diminished a lot, I was able to fully replenish it for after a second or two just by attacking them with my totems, curses, and whatnot. So Gargaball was able to hit me kinda hard because I was overextending a bit and didn't want to evade his melee attacks that much, so that's the thing. All the other stuff wasn't that difficult actually. It's just a matter of personal preference, I assume. Like, if I'm excluding the damage and the tankiness parameter from this character, the fact that either you want to play this with this character or not also will depend on how fast are you willing to go through the campaign. If you want to utilize the fast-moving skills and whatnot, if you just want to roam around the areas and let those monsters die by themselves, this thing also might play a huge role, so
Don't worry. I hear you've done some.
like I said, matter of personal preference. I wasn't looking for a character that specifically is capable of going full YOLO mode and just roam around those monsters and not pay that much attention to them. So this is why it's not that important for me. For you, like I said, things might be different. Alright, so destroy the Eastern Messenger and whatnot. Let's go. Oh, there is yet another area which has the altar that I'm going to restore.
Can't do that.
Nothing here. I was assuming that I had missed some hidden spoils or exalted stash. Thankfully, I didn't.
That skill's not ready.
I also need to take into account the fact that, yes, I am talking about going into the ultimate as fast as possible from Elite, but one huge factor that will either allow me to do it or vice versa prevent me to do it is my ability to craft and apply the endgame component stuff when it comes to resistances. If I will be able to do it, then fine, I'll most definitely do this as fast as possible. Alright, so
That skill's not ready.
I forgot to mention the thing, yes, I had applied the Ritz, which increases the reputation gains with my friendly faction, but when it comes to increasing the infamy of enemy factions, sadly, I believe I had only one, if I'm not mistaken. Only one Rit, which allows me to do this sort of stuff. And I had used it when I tried to level up with the Occultist, and it didn't pay out. Which means that my previous Occultist had died on hardcore, and when I leveled with Shaman, which is this character right now that you're seeing, I had already lost this ability because I only had one Rid that gave me the infamy gain against the Arkovian Undead faction. So that's the short version of it. Alright, I do need to get back on track and clear the northern area. Not only for the main quest, but also, like I was saying, for the altar.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, it feels like some of the enemies are acting kinda buggy and strange, as well as some bosses when I am fighting against them on this character. I mean, if you had checked my previous parts of my previous playthrough parts, and when I had faced the 3 bosses in Port Valbury, a good 10 or 15 seconds they were just standing right there and not attacking me at all, which allowed me in return to use this opportunity to stack up as high as possible my totems, to also go for the curses and debuffs without risking to get debuff myself, but nonetheless, I only was able to do it because they were acting weird. I do not know with what it's connected. Wait, shouldn't this area grant you the ability to restore the altar? Or it's a bit further of... Yeah, it's there. Alright, alright. So as soon as I will restore altar, I'll go back to the altar of Abbot. Alright.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, they actually have the ability to pass through those objects. Interesting.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, another devotion. Let's go for Behemoth. So I am running straight to the altar. I do need to check how am I... Oh, come on. No, I need to go all the way back. Well, bad luck. So I do had to check how well am I doing when it comes to inventory space. How much is left. As soon as I'll reach the entrance, I'll check it. Because from this place you cannot teleport back, for those of you who aren't aware of this fact. 2 inventory slots left. Yeah, I should be able to complete this area fully, because it's not that huge.
Can't do that.
Oh, come on, my skeletons had aggroed them. Yeah, sometimes when those skeletons spotting off screen some of the monsters, they will immediately run to them and start attacking them. I believe to control them a bit, you do have to utilize, or perhaps, I mean, can you utilize the command, like, which allows you to send your pets in one area or the other, like this one pet attack, to control the skeletons from Raise of the Dead? To be honest, I haven't tried it. In theory, it should work. Yes, do keep in mind that those Void Parasites and the other Void Harbinger, they do have a high vitality damage resistance. Instead of attacking them straight on, just debuff them first.
Can't do that.
Alright, an Elite Arcane. Yeah, the good thing about the Arcane with this character is that this character does not have that high amount of active 2 gold auras. He will have the McDragon Pact, as well as exclusive skill from Occultist called Possession, but that's it. I mean, Blood of Dreek, you can reactivate it relatively fast, even if Arcane will able to remove it from you. So that's not a big deal, in my opinion. Alright, let's kill this dinosaur.
Can't do that.
Yeah, so as you can see, this is what I was talking about when I was trying to explain how those bigger targets are bugging out when they are forced to deal with your skeletons. Wait, what? How can I... Oh, through here. So this is very helpful in my opinion. Even if you exclude the resistance reduction component, having this effect against bigger targets will make things easier. Perhaps it wasn't intended initially when the developers are trying to design this game, meaning that all the blocking of the bigger monsters and their inability to go straight to your character instead of moving back and forward. But still, if it works, why not use it?
Can't do that.
Yes, this temple of Atep I will also going to visit.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, the thing is, well, about talking about some of the lore in this DLC, the majority of your foes when it comes to lore and whatnot in those areas have Eldritch sign on them. Even the previously known Kaiman's Chosen, excuse me, now have Eldritch Human text label on them. But the thing is, those enemies, like Kaiman's Chosen and whatnot, or Korvaak's Chosen, like the way that they are calling them right now, they are not that many. So most of the creatures actually will have a monstrous appearance on them. So unlike Ethereals, which you had fought previously, who had some areas in which majority of your enemies were humanly looking, in Forgotten Gods, like I was saying, you'll be facing against like those mummies, as well as dogs, statues, demons, so not that many humans, short versions of it.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, they had aggro towards me. Let's see if they are able to reach me.
Can't do that.
Nope, it looks like they won't. Oh, an elite? That's not missing any chances of me attacking elite. And also, important thing to add, the vitality damage is not vulnerable whatsoever against reflective damage. Unlike physical, pierce, or especially internal trauma damage. So use this opportunity if you are fighting against reflective archmages with their auras or just reflective elite. Do not worry, you can safely hit them. Yeah, so as you can see, amidst of combat, if you are not familiar with what skills you should push in certain order or just in general, it's easy to think of as a very big no-go or discouraging factor if you are considering to play this character. Or just a limiting factor in your skills. I mean, I do not wanna make fun of anyone who has a problem of controlling or keeping track of a lot of the things at the same time. I mean, I definitely still have the same problem, especially when it comes to utilizing certain skills in certain order and whatnot. It's okay if you think that you need to like extra time to get accustomed to certain aspects, or you do not want to go for it. I'm just talking like in general, generalized information.
That skill's not ready.
Yes, you're right. My name is Doza. The thing is that popping up a energy potion here or there for me is not that big of a deal, and especially once you take into account that now I'm leveling. Now I do have only one constellation that grants me energy regen, which is Lotus. But right after the Behemoth constellation, which I'm leveling right now, I will be switching to the Lantern, which will give me a ton of energy regen. So I assume that after this, the mana problem will be, if not gone, then not that noticeable.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, so this area has been cleared fully. Let's go onto the open area. Oh yes, I do need to kill this demon right here. I almost forgot about him, to be honest.
That skill's not ready.
Actually, that's a bad spot. I would have preferred to pull him where I can utilize the environment to block some of his damage from his red lightning spheres. Yeah. Because he has the defensive ability reduction, which is attached to one of his skills. Plus, when he shoots those red lightnings, they deal combined chaos, vitality, and physical damage. Getting hit by a lot of them at the same time in a short time span, can deplete your health numbers drastically. Luckily, you can utilize those pillars, plus those table statues to just wait a bit until he will stop attacking you with them. Alright, let's continue. And also, you are talking about mana, well, energy problem a bit. The thing is that, like I was saying, this character, to work effectively, needs to use the skill in conjunction with one another. I just, unlike the Death Knight, who literally spam with one force wave by holding right mouse button, he needs to be constantly using totems, curses, boxes, swarms. If you want to see his full potential when it comes to damage and healing. So this is why even if you want to at the beginning go for your energy regen constellation, you will still going to see those energy problems.
That skill's not.
All right. I assume I'm approaching the encampment where those Korvaak's chosens are. When it comes to how far am I into DLC, I believe I'm more than halfway there.
That skill's not.
All right. Yeah, those are some of those humanoids enemies which you will encounter. The majority of those Korvaak chosen actually will be labeled as human eldritch, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I forgot that there's a second elite right here. I was wondering who my skeletons are attacking.
My inventory is full.
Oh, inventory. Okay, okay.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
And like I was saying, of the void might be useful items if you are looking for the chaos damage. I'm looking for the Void Harbinger. Oh, that's not it. Void Harbinger is the... I had checked and it considered to be a best, like I was saying, suffix? Oh, suffix comes, I believe, after the initial word. Yes, well, the thing is, that's labeled at the end of the Void Harbinger. It's your best go-to option if you're looking for vitality damage. Anything else you can swiftly sell. I specifically went here instead of the Vanguard of the Tree just to put this final Seal of Morganet into transferable stash, so it will not take any space in my inventory. I am aware that I need to go to the Vanguard to complete the quest. I'll do this a bit later.
Iron well spent. Got something you need stashed?
Alright, craftable items straight there. This thing here.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Alright, so
The witch gods are united in this.
yeah, he will give me the quest item that will be useful to unlock the passage to final confrontation against Korvaak. Yeah, as you can see, those big guys are labeled human eldritch, not just human. I had checked on Grim Tools, and I believe Inquisitor has a very good skill that at the same time improves the percentage damage against human, excuse me, against Eldritch and against Tonic demons. So if you are playing Inquisitor, be sure to grab the stuff up. I should start clearing this area from the left side, because I believe if you go fully to the right, there will be an optional boss. A dog that will run straight at you. What did he say? It hurts my flame? Yeah, okay, that was actually a bit foolish of me to stand point blank against those elites, but still. Get used to hearing this phrase, Korvaak save me. First it was Kaiman save me, now Korvaak, so... There was a lot of gold in this chest, not gonna lie. Where's this dog that I need to kill? I believe it's right there. Or not. Okay. Weird. Oh, there it is. Fine, fine. Let's lure them. Let's lure her, or it, or him, straight to my totem setup. I also should have checked whether or not there is a better relic when it comes to vitality damage. Because I'm running with level 35 relic, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this will be a perfect highlight of this build, how well he clears those big guys. Yeah, as you can see, way faster than a Death Knight. It will be more noticeable once the difficulty curve will rise up from normal to elite and then to ultimate. Right, managed to reach yet another waypoint, good. Yeah, those guys, you can talk to them, but in general, if you... Especially if you had decided to go with the Kaiman's Chosen at the vanilla campaign, you'll be very surprised to their transformation, what they had become. If I were to say like what's the priority, what the skill activate, what you need to activate at the start of the fight before the next skill sequence, I would have chosen the same order. First and foremost, definitely go for your Curse of Frailty. Oops, and I'm highlighting the other skill. Crowd control and reduction of movement speed ability at the start of the fight is very crucial. You do not want to get hit by some nasty enemies, especially those ones that have the possibility to just run straight at your face, like some of those dinosaurs. Then I would say go for totems and bloody pox next. Why totems and bloody pox next? Well, the thing is, even if you are applying the Curse of Frailty, there will be a point where eventually some of those monsters will run up close enough to you, which means that you'd have to take a hit here or there, despite your abilities to dodge some of the incoming attacks. Which means that once you had applied your totems, they are starting to heal you, especially Wendigo totem, which heals by default when it hits something, preferably an enemy. Only after it go for bloody pox, which is going to be super useful in a prolonged fight. It will reduce offensive ability of monsters in AoE as well as their overall HP numbers. Plus, it will also grant you a healing opportunity if you had attached, like me, Wendigo Mark on it. Excuse me, not Wendigo Mark, the Raise the Dead constellation. It will create more skeletons. After you had go for those 3 skills, go for the Devouring Swarm and then for Corrupted Totem again. Do not recast, unless you are changing position, do not recast the Wendigo Totem because it lasts way longer than you think it is. It lasts actually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, more than 15 seconds. I'll double check it. So recasting it once again might not be your best option. And you should always aim in a prolonged fight, try to aim for the, like this fight for example, try to aim for the creation of more and more storm totems instead of recasting Wendigo totems. Like I said, more healing, more damage, and all of this good stuff. So this is my tips when it comes to how and in what order you should try to utilize your skills. Perhaps it's not the best, but it's the way that I'm playing right now. I am still experimenting in what order, in what phase I should include the recasting of Blood of the Reek ability. So haven't figured this stuff right yet, but when it comes to all the other skills, I had explained how I am using it. keep in mind also, if you are fighting not against one but several group of monsters, your Curse of Frailty, you can practically spam it. Well, it's not advised, but you can quickly apply it on one group and then on the other. There are no cooldown. There is no cooldown on it. Alright. Almost cleared this area fully. Yep. Yeah, it's completely optional area, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I had watched that this boss, which I had previously defeated, has the opportunity to drop a specific item, which actually is a required piece of equipment for certain builds. So whenever you are playing this particular character, be sure to check this zone and defeat this boss. Interesting. I believe he ran from the top of the hill. Yep. He definitely were running from it. Yeah, so as you can see, certain monsters have the either jump attack or attack that closes the distance immediately. So this is why I do strongly emphasize to put up your healing totem right after, and healing and damaging totems right after you had applied curses on your enemies and debuffs. Because you cannot evade all of their attacks, even if you want to. You can heal from them, yes, but evading all of it, it's impossible.
That skill's not ready.
With some of the enemies, if you specifically spot it like an elite, the tactic changes a bit. Mainly two setup changes. Before engaging with a curse on them, you just need to put preemptively your 2 totems up. And only after this, utilize the curse and then move on to your list of skills. Like, if you go against a boss or you want to clear a desecrated shrine, all of this stuff, and you know for sure that there, or you just spotted an elite and you know that he will run straight towards you, this is a good thing to have. Like, you have the ability to preemptively put your totems up. Alright, leveled up. Oh, it's another quest area which I'm going to visit by the looks of it. And what do I need to do here? Preemptive. Oh, it's this Eastern Conduit thing. It's a short area, so without further ado, let's do this quest. There will be 3 mini bosses, it's the better word to describe it, and then 1 boss at the center of this room. Yes, you can also get rid of those eldritch spirits preemptively before you destroy those conduits. Trust me, you'll know what I'm talking about later once this boss will spawn in the center. Before rushing straight to the conduits itself. Alright, so now the room has been cleared. Alright. That's one conduit. Yeah, they are... You see what I'm talking about when monsters are designed in a certain way of just surrounding your character? Despite me pulling them in the right way, the first thing that the statue was doing is running straight behind me, blocking my way of retreating, and then attack me from behind with his heavy hitting attack. And you know what? In order to avoid it, I should have went back and bought this glyph, which will grant me the ability to teleport from those sort of situations. Because I do not think, to be honest, that this character is capable of withstanding the same blows, the same hits from on next difficulties, especially on ultimate. Probably when the healing is set up and going, yes, but if not, this can definitely mean the death of your character. Oh, there will be a lot of poison from this guy. Yep, I do remember this. Yeah, just try to... If you were playing a melee, my recommendation to you is first of all destroy this crystal and then watch out for his ability, which shoots those green balls throughout the whole room. And same deal goes when it comes to those pools. But as a caster, you can utilize this. You could have utilized those environments and attack him from a distance without worrying that much about his acid attacks. Oh, a lot of guys, especially heavy guys. Yeah, they are not going to survive for that long. They might look intimidating, but the thing is, if you have your resistance reduction or just in general good, not great, just good damage output, you can definitely deal with them. So why did this statue just reanimate it? Weird. I mean, it's not an optional area, it doesn't lit anyway. Weird enemy placement, if you ask me. Alright, so if I'm going to go straight to the top right, I will be closer to the Tomb of Morganet. I do want to activate... Well, actually, I do need to clear this Tomb of Nephos as well. Might as well do it while I'm here. Yeah. Was a good call. Extra devotion point. I want to go and just click on the activate yet another waypoint. Alright. Yeah, I should always remind myself to be on the lookout when the Blood of Drikul is going to run out or not. Because the absence of offensive ability as well as extra HP regen is definitely going to play a vital role. Even on this difficulty, not even talking about excuse me, not even talking about the later difficulties. Alright, so once again preemptively putting my totems, because I know that an elite will spawn, especially that they had blocked me, so I do had to utilize this short corridor as my way of retreating if things should go wrong. Yeah. Yeah, they had a weird spawning position. Two of the demons spawned right here, which blocked the way back in this big hallway, so I had to retreat here just to be on the safer side. Alright, extra point already here. One thing that you should note is that when talking about resistance reduction, the thing is that your Curse of Frailty is actually counts as a tier 2 resistance reduction. What do I mean by tier 2 and why it's important? Tier 2 resistance reduction can be stacked with all the other sources of your ability to decrease the defensive parameters of your foes. Meaning that if I'm talking about physical damage, and I had, like, if you remember Warcry, it can stack with this Assassin Mark. Warcry and Assassin Mark, they are both will work in conjunction. Devouring Swarm, however, acts as a tier 1 resistance reduction ability, so it will... Yes, it has a greater percentage numbers, -60 rather than -30, but it will reapply your ongoing effect from Curse of Frailty when it comes to reduction of defensive parameters. It will not add them, it will reapply them. So this is important to know. I should be able to... Wait. From what side? No, from here. Let's not missing out on those hidden spoils. Just for gold's sake. Alright, and this tomb has been cleared. You might... well, you see that I'm utilizing the curse and then casting the Devouring Swarm, but mostly I'm doing this just cause I want to have a healing effect up and going from the swarm. Not necessarily because I want to reapply resistance reduction. Once again, a lot of big guys, no big deal. Oh, I aggroed the statue, fine. I'll deal with it. My skeletons did not want to stop attacking them. I mean, I'll check one more thing before I'll continue. Just to formulate my thoughts, like... let me double check something. Yes, so... As you can see later on, I was talking about that I'm going to utilize Wheel of Fortosh, which acts once again as a tier 2 resistance reduction. It will stack, it will summarize, it will grant you a bonus towards your Curse of Frailty, so you can do the Curse of Frailty, and later on you can add Wheel of Fortosh right on top of it. If you want to know more information about what counts as a tier 2 or tier 1 resistance reduction, be sure to check the official forums of this game. There are a lot of good articles about it that explains in high details what does it mean and how you can work around it. Alright, so Remnants of Korvaak City, the waypoint has been activated. Now I can go to the Tomb of Morganet.
That skill's not ready.
So whenever you see, once again, whenever you see me going for Curse and then immediately for Swarm, it's just cause I want to get an extra healing, nothing more. I mean, I'm not losing my crowd control effect. I'm just losing my reduction of defensive parameter effect. Wait, did I miss the messenger? I think I did. Because I need to kill him. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left.
Yeah, so let's continue and search for this White Harbinger, if any of the item has it. Ether, White Fire. This might be useful. +2 to second right, +2 Wendigo Totem. Yeah, it has no vitality decay, sadly. Let's save it for now. Let's check the rest of the gear. A lot of physical and elemental related stuff, but like I said, this DLC mostly catered to elemental wielders rather than anybody else. Do they have a patch note or something like that where I can read what stuff do they actually added? Or you can elaborate more on some of the nuances about it? I mean, I have heard that they are working on the new patch, but I haven't had the opportunity to check more precisely what they are up to. What do they want to add more specifically? I mean, yes, items, I get it. But what else is going to be new? Yeah, so far nothing when it comes to Void Harbinger. Sadly.
Put it to good use. Got something you need stashed?
Let's put those things here. Craft, craft, component. And this thing here. So let's return and actually check how in the hell did I miss the messenger? Oh, I know how. Messenger actually is in the remnants of the Corvan city when you are heading south, so perhaps this is why I had missed it completely. Nothing here. All right. Yeah, they should have added more of those Korvaak servants into the Tomb of Heretic as well. Because Tomb of Heretic feels like so... How should I put it? Lots of enemies that are being there, you had encountered them, they just have another color on them, on their models, and that's it. When it comes to something new, you had more stuff definitely in previous DLC than in this one. And I'm talking mostly about roguelike dungeon, not just in general. Alright, so this place has been fully cleared. Let's go up and then to the right and open up a waypoint to the tomb itself. Oh, I should have brought with me those sigils. Yep. Okay, my bad. Let's gather them.
Got something you need stashed?
1, 2, and third one.
I'll keep an eye out.
Oh, one thing that I forgot to mention is also... Or had I? Let's turn off... Let's say when this Blood of Drake runs out, will I lose the extra HP or not? Or it just gives me HP regen? Let's double check. Yeah, it just gives extra regen. Because I initially thought that I forgot to mention that Blood of Drake will give you the bonus HP as well. Alright, so I once again only here for the waypoint. As a reminder, I would be try to craft and apply the end game components starting from level 75. Yeah, like a couple of statues more to get rid of. Yeah, so as you can see, when talking about those big statues, only one touch from my Bloody Pox effect ability reduces their HP like for 10 to 15,000 without even hitting them. Well, it kinda counts as a hit. Same thing happened when I had applied Warcry with the soldier. It has a 33% HP reduction attached to it, so keeping this in mind is also a good thing. Alright, so I opened up this waypoint. That's good. And yeah, let's read this lore note. I believe you can preemptively clear the Tomb of Heretic before even having the quest from the NPC from Conclave of the Tree. But nonetheless, this is the thing that I'm going to do later on the next stream. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank everyone who was watching. This is going to be it for today. If you want to check other parts of this particular playthrough of any of my other videos regarding the Grim Dawn beginner friendly video discussing dangerous attacks and resistances, or video about the for more experienced players discussing bosses behavior changes as well as some of the nemesis and their attacks plus endgame components, you can do this by checking the YouTube channel, as all of the links you can find in the description. Also, if you want to check precise schedule for Grim Dawn stream that I'm doing, or my brother's Darkest Dungeon stream, you can also check in the schedule graph here on Twitch page or social medias, as well as YouTube channel in the discussion menu. And also, if you want to support us in any way, shape or form, you can check the Patreon link which we had created. There you will be awarded with unique perks and bonuses, plus unique stuff from us, depending on the amount of sum that you are willing to donate and show to us your support. But once again, thank you for watching, and I will see you all on the next stream. Take care, guys.